Okay, so we're starting with SnowRunner. We would be playing Red Faction Guerrilla and trying to finish that up, but Microsoft decided to just take a big old stinky Amber Heard right on the bed. Um, yeah. Apparently they're having some sort of server issue. I tried to log in to my profile on the 360, and it said that there was a problem with my profile on the console. And here's the thing, it's not the common denominator, because I've been finding other people who have been experiencing the same problem today. Yeah, it's not just me. So that's happy. So until they get their shitty pickles together, I guess I'm playing this. I'm gonna try tomorrow. If it doesn't work tomorrow, I'm gonna make a call in to Microsoft, a complaint. Because I've got games to finish on the 360. In fact, I was getting back more into the 360. So, um, there was another thing that happened yesterday that got me a bit pissed, involving my stepdad, because he doesn't like, I don't know, he doesn't think or something. He does a lot of dumb shit. Okay, so you know, my mom's home. My mom's here over here. I'm in my underwear, right? I'm like way too warm because it gets hot in the trailer. Like it's always like 10 degrees hotter in here than it is in a normal place. So it was about 90, and I was trying to stay cool, trying not to sweat. They're getting ready to go to the store. I had just taken a rinse off in the shower, and you know, put my skivvies back on, and my mom notices something on the tire of her car, and we go out there, and she thinks it is like a piece of the rubber has come off, and it's down to like the steel of the tire in that spot. So we are at this point like minutes from leaving. Right, I have my clothes by my side at the ready, and as well as everything else that we're going to take with us. And she calls She calls my stepdad. Take a look at the tire. He shows up, apparently already frustrated. And, he analyzes the tires, and he starts telling me what to do. Like right up, like, why aren't you dressed? Go get dressed. You're supposed to do what do what you're supposed to. You're supposed to be ready. Now, this is the thing in the past with him, because what I normally do is, I am typically very uncomfortably warm most of the time, so I am almost never fully dressed unless it's like really cold. And yeah, like this has happened in the past, where I didn't have my clothes on and wasn't like at the door to leave and get out as soon as he arrived, and so he got all pissy. Which previously, was fine for me, because the other guy he picked up was still asleep in his bed. So, I didn't get the worst of it that day, but yeah. But I'm over here. He doesn't live here, right? He doesn't have fucking authority over me. And he's telling me what to do. Like what? What? It's gonna take like what? 2 minutes for me to put my clothes on and step outside the door at most? And he's pissed over that? Like, okay, like, think about this. He gets like pissed, upset, like, it's my responsibility, blah 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 blah. No, it's you imposing a responsibility upon me. Okay? It's not my responsibility to jump when you say jump. This isn't the military. We're not going to a wedding. We're not going to a funeral. Right? We're not going to a job interview. We're not going to a job. We're going to Walmart. Like, for Christ's sakes, it's not that important that for me to have my clothes on and be right there. I would rather not be itchy and sweaty and uncomfortable during the trip. Okay? Just because you have like air conditioning in the vehicle does not preempt me from sweating into my clothes in the first place. I would rather I do as little of that as possible. I would rather my body stay cooler. I would rather be more comfortable until it's time to actually go. Like, think about that. Like, he either has to wait for like 2 minutes for me to get my clothes on and get out to the car, be on our way. Or I have to wait with my clothes on, sometimes for up to like 15 fucking minutes. Feeling like unnecessarily uncomfortable for up to 15 fucking minutes. That has happened before. Waiting for him. And I'm supposed to be up in the at beck and call. This is the same person, okay, one of his views is that time is the most precious resource we have. Okay? And here is why that is hypocritical. Specifically when it comes to him. Okay? He heats his house with a fireplace. He uses firewood as his primary source of heat to heat his house in the winter months. Okay, I'm going to stop so I can think and explain this here. Okay. He scouts out the wood, looks for trees, looks for places to buy it, right? He calls around sometimes to ask for prices. He drives to the location, spending gas. And if it's a tree, he cuts down the tree, chops it up into pieces. He loads it up onto his truck and trailer, and he drives it all the way back, right? He transports it with gas from his truck. Then he offloads it in case he needs to let it dry, lets it sit there, right? Like during the summer months, like that's when he finds it. Then later, when it comes time to prepare the firewood, he drives his truck back over, wasting more gas, uses more energy, and expends more energy loading it back up onto the trailer, driving it across the street to his house, where he has a gas-powered log splitter using more gas to chop chop the wood into smaller, manageable pieces. Sometimes he has to use a chainsaw to get it to fit on the splitter, so that's more gas. Then he expends more energy and time loading it up, dumping it over by his loading it up where he chops it, dumps it over by his house, and then spends even more time and energy stacking it all. Not always, but sometimes. But then, every single night, he spends more time and energy going out, picking up the pieces and bringing them inside, and then spends more fuel, paper, and matches, which he has to buy and or accumulate first, and oftentimes has trouble lighting the fires. But he lights a fire every single night in those cold months. Right? You know, adding a little extra smoke to the house as well. A little extra ash. Because of the way the old fireplace is, it brings in air from the outside, but it allows some, like, you can smell the smoke, right? But the point is he spends money doing this, and he spends a hell of a lot of time doing this. All of that time, his most precious resource, is dedicated to heating his house. And he does spend a little bit of gas. You know what I do to heat my place? Walk, 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 walk. Click. Walk, 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 walk. Click. And I've got 2 heaters on. And he calls me foolish. All of that time that is spent scouting the logs, getting the logs, chopping them up, chopping them again, moving them, and then bringing them in and starting a fire every single night, all of that time could be spent working on something else. Working on a different way to make money, right? And here's the thing. even if he had electric heaters, you know what he could do? He could still get the logs, chop them up, but instead of heating his house with them, he could sell them to other people around here that use wood firing. He doesn't have to do this by himself. Like, he is the big fucking hypocrite. Like, he calls me foolish. Alright? I just gave you Exhibit A. On why it is him. Like, for fuck's sake. He spends all that time doing all that unnecessary stuff, and he gets, like, he feels that he has to do it, but yet he gets pissed because I take 2 minutes out of an occasional trip to wait for him to show up and then get dressed and get to the car. 2 minutes for me to get dressed and get to the car. Like, Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. Now that's off my chest. Let's get to this bat. Why do I have to go in the water? Okay, maybe we should go up this one first. I was really hoping to get done with Red Faction today, but got other games to play, and because Microsoft just really doesn't want me to cross that game off my list. Now, okay, so we found out that it was not the steel, but a barcode on the tire. We didn't look at it too closely, but we did feel the tire. And we found that what they did was they actually carved a little section into the rubber of the tire to put the barcode. which I thought was really bizarre. Like, why would you cut into the tire for it? Oh, and here's another thing. This pissed both me and my mom off. Which was... my stepdad ordered my mom, "You're not going into town today." Yeah. That didn't sit well with me or my mom. I don't want to deal with that ice. Probably just drive over the rocks with the Tattern. Maybe not with that specific section. Okay, this lack of light is really not helping. I've got a bunch of glare on my friggin' window here. Okay. This is not where I'm trying to go. My God, why can't it just straighten out? There's like an invisible dome right here. There we go. It doesn't look like I'd be able to climb out of that ice, so seems to be the better option. what? There is like a whole ass corner up here. And there's something over there that also might be an upgrade. I don't know if I'll be able to get back up that way. Yeah. You know what? If he has a problem with me waiting to get dressed for like a couple minutes, I'm just gonna walk out and get in the fucking car in my underwear and just bring my clothes with me. I can get dressed there. If he's gonna be that fucking anal about it and have that much of a fucking problem, then that's what I'm gonna do. Kind of reminds me of my grandma, who wouldn't stop telling me that dinner's ready, come to dinner, while I'm presently in the middle of taking a shit. Okay, Grandma, I'll be right there. And I'd get up off the can and I go in there and sit down without even wiping my ass. Like, that's what you want me to do, huh? Yeah, there's probably an upgrade up here. I didn't actually do that, but I am starting to kind of wish that I had, so she like would have quit bugging me like over and over again. It's like I already know. Telling me again isn't going to make me remember something I hadn't forgotten. Interesting little area down here. Wait, which way's the path? To the left. Okay. There might be an upgrade over here. This is so far out of the way that I just really fucked up my Tataran. You know what? Post in the comments what you think is more foolish. Imposing your will onto others because you can't wait 2 minutes for somebody to get dressed because they're currently not dressed because they're trying to be comfortable. Right? Oh, maybe I... Okay. Who is more foolish? The undressed person who is trying to stay cooler, who is trying to hurry up, like when somebody is actually there to pick them up, right? The person staying cooler until he doesn't have to be. Or the person who not only is imposing their will onto others to be at the ready for when they go to the fucking grocery store, who also still uses like wood stove. Or wood heater, and they're not rich. Like they actually work, spending time out of their day, effort out of their life, money out of their own pocket, year after year, to heat their home with wood. When they don't have to, by the way. He doesn't have to, by the way. This is not a necessity. This is not like somebody that's like purposefully goes out there and roughs it. This is just what he does, right? Which one of these... Oh, and who says that time is the most valuable resource that we have while he does this? Which one of those two people is more foolish to you? Write down in the comments. Hard ice. This is hard ice. That is not. not sure why anyone would deliberately take this path for like carrying cargo. Oh, there's the lighthouse. Okay, so I know I have to take something up there, I'm pretty sure. But I guess I do have to come back here. Yeah, I'm just going to try to stay off the... You know what? Fuck it, I'm taking the icy road. These rocks are stopping me pretty frequently. Wait, where are we? Okay. Okay, I have not tried going across this backwards yet. There's a time and place for everything, and it's called college. When does my college start? That never happened for me. I mean, I took some classes, but there's 0% chance of me being able to say, like, afford a dorm room or anything like that. Oh, good news. My video game genre list that I'm working on is coming along nicely. I've gone through, fixed like probably around 100 errors or so. Updated a lot of definitions, fixed typos. I finished going through all of the stuff I already had up there. Some of the descriptions still aren't great, but they are accurate, even if they sound a little weird. And I've added numerous others, even with the big store trip. The expedition is over now. You have seen all the fortifications in the area. Oh man. I want to go down. I want to see the secrets. I want to go down there. Okay, so where is this mission? Okay. Let me go wash up my cup and put it back. Seems the flies have had a huge die-off, which is good. I've only had to deal with one inside today so far. God, look at all these trailers. After I finish all the missions, I'm going to have to sell the trailers for moolah. Price of victory. Oh, right, yeah. Forgot about those. so... None of them... Okay, the two bottom ones aren't particularly hard to get to. This is the hardest one. You know what I haven't used in a while? The Fleet Star. Let's use the Fleet Star. We'll have that one be a pattern alternative here. It's been a long time since I used the Fleet Star as like a heavy scout. Oh, that's just more durability. We don't need that. Too bad you can't get a battery-powered one. Yeah, these low spare wheels, while it's, you know, a spare wheel, typically if you're doing any sort of, like, off-roading, if there's, like, any sort of rocks where you're going, these can actually be a detriment, as it can be an additional thing that gets caught on your truck, that can get your truck stuck. So I can use this as a tow truck. What's good about this truck is it's so light and quick and very fuel efficient. So we're going to come back here and we're going to start that one. Another good thing about this is the turning is very responsive for the Fleet Star. Yeah, with the larger tires and the raised suspension. Because it's so light, it likes to bounce. And that can help it get over even other, like, higher obstacles that a lot of other trucks would still get stuck on. Wheel drive doesn't use all that much more. But when I combine that with turning, it moves a little faster. Such a light truck. Yeah, if you find yourself going at the same speed with automatic as you do low gear and differential lock, go low gear differential lock. Yeah, it's supposed to be in the 70s today. But I am still just way too... I am uncomfortably warm in the 70s. Just relax and drink some coffee. It's so slow to get this location. It might actually be faster. It's almost certainly faster to just recover and drive to the other locations. Yeah, no, yeah, it is. I was gonna drive to all three, but I forgot how sloggy some of these paths are. Go around this trailer. Can I go fast now? Guess not. Yeah, it looks like this truck doesn't like snow very much. I'm wondering if it would do any better in mud tires. Probably not, actually. Okay, so this is definitely going to be a slog. This is the path? This is the path. You're full of shit. Needed that little extra push. Okay. All these points, and it doesn't attach me to one front. Over that rocky bitch. Yes, okay. Good camera. How deep is this? Okay. One of the okay on video game genres, a lot of people have considered, you know, Super Smash Brothers as a fighting genre game. I don't. I consider it being a derivative, and people called it basically it's a fighting game, but it's a platform fighter. Okay, well that means it's a different genre. It's not fighting; it's platform fighting. But I still had a problem with platform fighting because there's more to Smash Brothers than that. Like there's still other like derivatives from that. So I have considered, I have changed on my list platform fighter to basically being fighting games with platforms, right? Now, the beat 'em up genre has another name has several other names, right? Deprecated names that hardly anyone ever uses. One is belt scroller, which doesn't really fit all of the beat 'em ups anymore. For games like games like Streets of Rage, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2, the arcade game, they don't just go straight right like on a belt anymore, like Final Fight did, for example. And the other name was Brawler, which beat 'em up is fine. That's the accepted name at this point for it, and it fits it. It fits the genre pretty well. But I have taken that deprecated name of Brawler and have attributed it to games like Super Smash Brothers and Multiverses and Small Arms. You know, it's different enough from a fighting game that it can't just be listed as a fighting game. And we've got all the data. Now the weather forecast for the coming days will be alright. And I have made a list of 4 different, I don't know if I can remember them all right now, but I have made a list of 4 different pieces to what makes a brawler instead of a fighting game. Games like Smash Brothers, Multiverses. The requirement for it being melee combat is lessened. That's not one of the requirements, but the emphasis, the primary combat method of being melee is gone. And the reason for that is for games like Small Arms, which if you try to attribute platform fighter to that, as in fighting, it also doesn't make sense because Small Arms is primarily projectile based. Now, that's why I lowered the emphasis or the primarily melee requirement from fighting. It's a platform fighter is a derivative of fighting games, whereas Brawler is a hybrid of platform fighting games and beat 'em ups. You see where that's going there? So there are four parts, and a brawler needs to have at least two of these to be considered a brawler, right? Or a fighting game or derivative fighting game needs to have two of these to be considered a brawler. The first is that you can have more than a single participant on each side, right? On each team. As in, you could have 1 versus 3, or 2 versus 2, 1 versus 2, so on and so forth. Number 2 is that you can have more than 2 sides, right? You can have 1v1 v1 v1, or 1v1 v1, or you can have things like multi-man melee, right? Like in that one Smash Brothers stage. Now here's the thing. It's not just the ability to have those. It's that is a standard thing that can occur in a normal game, right? As you go through the different stages, having more than 2 participants and having more than 2 teams, 2 sides. Number 3 is that there is an emphasis on weapons, items, power-ups, that type of thing, right? Those aren't typically something that's in a fighting game. Like, when was the last time you played Street Fighter and you got an invincibility star, right? And I'm trying for the life of me to remember number 4. But yeah, it would have to have 2 of these 4 things to be considered a brawler. Now the thing that differentiates beat 'em up or all beat 'em ups from just automatically being considered into the brawler thing is that or into the brawler genre is that beat 'em ups typically have a progression system where you wander through the level and you are frequently stopped by waves of enemies. That is not a standard thing in brawlers or platform fighters or fighting games in general. That is what differentiates the beat 'em ups. Things like Streets of Rage 2 and Spider-Man Maximum Carnage and Battletoads and stuff like that. Final Fight. Man, I'm really trying to remember what the fourth. Oh yes, yes. This one's important because this is another big differentiator from fighting games. And that is that a primary, or that there's emphasis or a primary method of defeating your opponent is commonplace that does not require reducing their hit points to 0. There are other ways to defeat your opponent, such as knocking them off screen, right? Such as knocking them off screen, such as in Smash Brothers, there's the one mode where you have to be the one that has the most coins at the end of the match. So yeah, there's the 4 things. If a fighting game has at least two of those, it is not a fighting game. It is a brawler. Now here's another thing about beat 'em ups is that beat 'em ups do not have to be 2D belt scrollers. Okay? Look up the game Fighting Force. That is a 3D beat 'em up game. It is a linear path from area to area, but it's not just going from left to right the entire time. Oh, there's a building here. Okay. There's possible upgrade down here. A possible upgrade up here. There's a possible up... Oh, no. Never mind. I've been up there. There's no upgrade up there. God, getting all these trailers. I think I was supposed to take metal beams from here to here. I can't find a vehicle. I don't think I have a vehicle that's beefy enough to just take the metal beams across this water, because even the Azov got stuck down here. You can't change trucks, so you can't say take the Dan and carry it via winch, get it to location, drop it in the bed, and switch trucks to redeem it. So that wouldn't work. Deliver portable cabin to the fishing spot. Okay, so that's just a trailer thing. Okay. I want to get dirty business done with, so don't have to think about that. I always hate these time challenges. Oh god, there might be an upgrade here. All the way in the upper right corner. Where is the closest trailer store coming out of Mandra? Over here. Yeah, that's really not that close. And there's a scout trailer down there. Yeah, there's like no real good path. To get from the bottom half of Amandra to the top half. Let's focus on... Wait, did we do all the construction missions? The clearing the path type missions? Yeah, I think we did. Okay, so we could focus on working on contracts. Okay, here's what I'm going to do because I really don't want to keep thinking about it. I'm going to get the time challenge done, and then I'm going to focus on the Cola expedition stuff. So I need to go to the garage, and I need to pick a vehicle for this. Okay, I like the Azov 5319. Problem is you can't hook up a trailer to it to refuel, and it is fuel hungry. So okay, so here's what we're gonna do here. I think that's the truck I'm going to use for this, though. Is, that Azov. Just going to park this right outside. Right here. And I'll refuel it. I'll refuel it there about halfway. I need to go back into the garage. And that is exactly why that is a terrible way to spawn the vehicles in this particular location. Yeah, I don't like this upper path at all. I'd rather drive all the way back down here. Okay. Take the trailer to the trailer store. Okay. Yeah, this is a no bullshit truck, man. It just goes right through this. It's slowed down, but it's not stopped. I'm not even using low gear. Here's low gear. It's actually about the same speed on low gear now that I see it. A little faster on automatic. Shows how good the tires on this thing are. Okay, that's gonna be trouble. I think I'm gonna opt for just going over the limb at that point. Yeah, here's the thing. If I get up there before I'm down to 100 liters, I'm going to need to send another fuel thing this way. Why is this area so rough? Big Shadam roads. I don't know if that's a semi-trailer or a heavy semi-trailer. All I know is I need to sell it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get a, wait a minute. Wait a damn minute here. I can equip a trailer. The bed is not jutted backwards. There, now I should not need a trailer until I reach the Royal BM-17. Now that I'm not having to mess with the Scout. Okay. Here's what I need to do. I need to drive over here. And then I need to turn around. that whole section's sketchy. Okay. Heard nothing. I'm gonna take a BRB because I need to take something else. Okay. Wow. Um, well, I'm pretty sure my intestines are still on the inside. You know what? I want to take another minute here. And so, yeah, that was bad. Oh, right. Get the water out of my ears. There we go. Okay. Glasses. Yes. Now I can set my waypoints. That was some bad shit. Could drive up here, but then I got the... Yeah, no, not dealing with that mountain shit. That rocky shit. If I drive over here, then I have to drive back around the left. Yeah. If going up here bypassed this farm, I might do it, but it doesn't. So... Wait, what? Wait. You're telling me I have to get it here, not over here? What's the time? 4 minutes? Yeah, but if I take this path, there's a split that goes like here and around here. And we got ourselves a fly. Alright. Time to lay down and get the soap spray. Get in position. There we go. Come on, land on me, you little bitch. I'll take you out. Go forth and die. Fuck your turning radius. Yeah, I thought this was a much worse, much longer trek. Fucking really? Guess I need a better truck than this one. Alright, so what's a fairly speedy truck that can get through that quicker? You know, without flipping? No, there's no segment where I have to go on ice with. This goes through muck faster than most trucks. This might be able to do it. course, I'm ready for the fly to become a target, and it's just not showing up. Maybe this truck will get stuck less on the rocks. See how it handles this spot. It's actually going through it. Mostly. Not actually stopped. Yeah. This might go through mud just a little bit better. About the rocks, yeah, let's go fuel up. Might be able to go that way. It does not appear to be the case. Probably just going to have to drive over here and go straight to the white snowy area. Yep, that is a much better plan. That's a rough spot. And that's even less of a path. Fuck that. I wonder if this truck has double rear wheels. So I'm going to consider that to see if it would make it less tippy. Yeah, I don't know how the fuck you're supposed to make it within 4 minutes, but calling bullshit. Bullshit on that time. Yeah, it's just too much of a slog to do it within that time. Yeah, because look, then you still have to drive over this way and into the one entrance because it's a fenced area. And we're done, thanks to you. A promise is a promise. Here's your cut. Yeah, fucking hate those things. Alright, let's work on the most boring one I could possibly work on. Hauling logs repeatedly. Okay, so I need... the medium log station here? And there's two paths I could potentially take. Okay. As long as I don't have to bother going through this ice. Yeah. Alright. It's also much better than bringing it through Lake Cove, whatever. Why are there two new pool quests? That's weird. Need the good old Paystar. There you are. Yeah, don't need to be raised. Especially considering there's only one size of wheel this truck uses. Nope, not gonna use an underneath. underneath tire. No, sir. Okay, we're going to use this opportunity scout out this path. And see just how viable it is for the medium logs here. Yeah, driving a bunch of logs is always like the most boring one. Now, one of the things I don't particularly get is how, differential lock is so much more fuel efficient. Because it's not really half the time. Because when you're an automatic, you actually go faster. So, you're saving fuel per time, but you're not really saving as much fuel per foot as you think you are. I want to do some testing in regards to fuel efficiency. So we got a bunch of rocks. enough to get the truck stuck. But right off the bat, we already have a problem with this path when it comes to logging. Yeah, I'm taking the other path. It's pretty obvious at this point. I mean, most of the time, just getting trucks from point A to point B is a challenge. I don't need to make this harder. There's a difference between giving yourself a challenge and being stupid. Speaking of stupid, Choice Wireless, everyone. Yep, Choice Wireless. Stream is maintained. Internet hiccup, just big enough to kick me out of the game. Like I said, stupid, and Choice Wireless ran. You know? Game running. Not seeing any broken cars or yellow squares or anything like that. No upgrades. What's this? Still a darkened spot. Yeah, see, wouldn't want to take logs through that right there. Tippy area on icy ground. And we got a bit of a slog here. I have a feeling if I went down there and just tried to bypass this road, it wouldn't be much better. But we are not even to the first trip. That's how much of a slog this is. Yeah, this is every single like half of trip is going to be a slog. Half of round trip. Every single one. Look how far I am still. Like I'm just getting to this point. One. Two. We're about 2/3 of the way there. Let's hope this isn't crack underneath your vehicle. Nice. Look at this. Closest thing to a good road is that little stretch of ice right there. There is a trailer here. Okay. Okay. This, which is shallow water. One last little bit of ice before we go back to snow. Nothing stops this truck, man. Slow it down to a crawl, but it still moves forward. That is why this is my primary log carrying truck for medium logs. Most common type of log ain't getting stopped. Oh yeah, no. Fuck this area on the left. Yeah, fuck that right there. Whatever. I'll see it like 4 more times. I'd still rather go over that 4 more times than take the other path. Okay. Note to self: do not go in the mud with half your truck on the wheels, on the snow. Oh no. Is this the first place that can stop this truck? This is the first place I've seen that can stop this truck. Holy shit, this is not good. may need to refit medium logs onto another truck for a Mandra. Yeah, this is a problem. I have never seen anything stop this truck on the previous, like on the primary, the base game maps. Nothing stopped this truck. This is the first time that I've seen something legitimately require me to use the winch for this to get it out of muck. Yeah, that's nasty. But I knew this would be a slog both ways, but Jesus fucking Christ. And there's another one of those types of slogs, like, directly ahead of me. Really not very far. That was kind of weird. What turned it like that? I wonder what the next truck I have to buy is. Path eats a lot of fuel too. Yeah, I think I might run out of fuel. I might have to, bring a fuel source. Oh. I really don't want to have to drag some sort of fuel truck all the way up here. Too bad I can't cut across that ice. Just like the real world, it's plagued with asshole level design. Why did I swerve to the right there? Okay, why did I swerve to the right there? I'm turning to the right. Why am I going straight? Can't see a goddamn thing. Yeah, I am going to have to bring a truck to refuel this son of a bitch. That, for Christ's sakes. And I'm probably going to flip here on top of it. Truck's done. And I'm still on the goddamn rocks. How am I going to get a truck ahead to pull it off? Oh my god. Okay, so the first thing we're going to do we're going to take the Royal BM-17 and we're going to place it at the back and forth point for carrying the logs. Then we're going to load up another truck that's good at off-road, that's not tippy, and we're going to use it to rescue Paystar. Here's where we're gonna park this son of a bitch. God, Mandra is a real pain in the ass. It's not a fun place to be. I'll head back to the barn. The garage. Which load content, you'll bring some friends. Okay, so Discord scam bot. Gotcha. E12 with crane, maybe? Just pick up the Paystar and move it over. Dan, crane doesn't have the power. I would have to be in front to pull it off. Same with most of these. It's looking like it's going to be the P12. Yep. P12. And I'll just give it P12's fuel. Why is it snowy? I just brought it out of the garage. Like you just cleaned your truck and it's muddy. I think we got the fly in here. Go, got the bottle by me. Felt a little sucker land on my foot. Way more fuel efficient. Without losing a bunch of speed, and gives the added bonus of differential lock. Off-road gearboxes is a real nice thing to have on certain vehicles. Or got the fly on me right now. Shit, where'd it go? The bastard flew off. Damn it, it got spooked because I moved my hand. Missed. Damn it, I was less than an inch off. Yeah, this one's particularly annoying because you don't always feel it at first. It doesn't make, this one doesn't make any noise at all. And it's making me like hypersensitive to the tiniest sensations. So I'm getting like a bunch of phantom sensations. Yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna switch trucks. I'm gonna give the logging responsibility to a truck that is more powerful than the Space Star. Yeah, I am 100% giving this path to a better truck. Did well while you lasted, Paystar. But when it comes to the peninsula here, you don't have what it takes. In fact, the Pacific P12 would be a better medium log truck, assuming it has a medium log attachment. This was my dedicated medium log truck for a long time. Good thing there's a maintenance truck up ahead. This truck should be a much less tippy since it's got a wider frame. Park nuggets. And it should get slowed down a hell of a lot less than the Paystar. look at the screen for 2 seconds. I don't know how that worked, that direction the winch was pulling. Okay. I still think it's weird that you have to use the truck that has the repair stuff in order to repair other trucks. It's not enough that you're like right next to a service trailer. You actually have to hook it up to be towed to repair your vehicle. Like how are you gonna repair like a lone scout when its field supplies are gone, right? Kind of want to avoid that mud right in the middle there. Since this is a wider frame, it shouldn't tip. So we can go ahead and have one side's wheels up on the snow here. Yeah, no, that worked fine. Deep snow causing issues. Oh, hey. I still have over half my fuel. Oh, but you know what? I'm carrying logs now. More fuel hungry. Car. Now we head back. I can't recall if I've ever flipped this truck when not involving a crane. Okay. Oh, I've got all-wheel drive on. I didn't realize it was been on this whole time. Okay. Um, Whatever, yeah, probably don't even need to turn it off. With the scout fuel carrier, the carrier at the end of the power station, and the maintenance add-on, are probably good. We're just going to completely run into this tree, apparently. We'll drive up here, completely avoid that dark mud. Alright, we're almost at our turn here. I may just go ahead and, for shits and giggles, use the Dan for the third trip. That's assuming it can equip medium logs. I'm wondering if I should disable all attack body add-ons specifically for the vehicles. And just use them whenever I need a truck with, you know, a certain capability. Probably be easier on me. Yeah, we're almost to 4 hours. We have been working on just these logs Just these medium logs for like 45 minutes now. Or closer to 40 minutes, but still. That's a lot. Oh, yeah, okay. The real messed up corner is still coming up. I think I do want to bring out the Dan for this third trip. Just because it's like it also gets through tough locations like this, but it's got like a super wide frame. I think what I'll do though before that is I'll you know what? Never mind. I have to go to the substation an additional time anyway. I'll let the Dan pull the trailer out of there. Now, what exactly about this snow is so hard to go through? It's not ice under snow because I've got ice chains on and that would just allow me to move forward. Something about this snow is unnaturally resistant to being driven on. Am I on a rock? I'm not pushing a rock. Or this impossible snow. was almost a disaster. It can't do medium logs. Well, that blows. Do I have anything better than the P12, or am I going to have to use the P12 again? No lob. Nope. Too tippy for that one section. Needs to be a big, powerful, wide vehicle. Like super powerful vehicle. Okay. So the only ones that qualify for my category here are the Pacific P12 and I think the Caterpillar 745C. I guess we're doing the P12 again. I really hate that this points where it does. may not get a whole lot of progress done today, but we'll have these damn logs done with. Drive down on the right side. Avoid the mud altogether. Oh, that's a nasty spot. I think driving on the snow right from the beginning of that's the best option. Felt like there was a fly on the foot. There's nothing there. I fucking hate flies, man. Also, my spray bottle's in a really bad spot if a fly does happen to land on my foot. There, much better. But I've already killed one today. For whatever reason, they like to hang out on the steps outside, like right in front of the trailer door. Not on the windows. Not over by some of the stinky plants that we have. Not by the trash can full of used toilet paper because we can't flush it down the fucking toilet for some reason. Yeah, the flies aren't near that. No, they're on the steps. Like what? What is so stinky about the wood? I mean, personally, I always thought it was kind of shit wood, but flies are taking it a little far there. I like how about the Charlie Kirk shooting. Right wingers are still like trying to paint it as somebody who is liberal or on the left, when it was clearly somebody that was radicalized by Nick Fuentes and his Groypers movement. Why does that have like a mission symbol? Where's the log station? What the hell? I'm not allowed to put logs on this truck? Alright, this is bizarre. I'm gonna reset this whole thing. I am going to completely reset my session here. Because I delivered logs with the P16, I can no longer use that log station. Which, by the way, said it had 3 more logs, 3 more loads. Yeah, I don't know how a log station just fucking disappears. Okay, we're loading back into the session. Hopefully we don't need to bring in the logs from Lake Cove. Like, that would be the worst fucking thing. Okay, log station. Pick up logs here. Global map. Andra. Wait. Did that log station literally only have one load of medium logs? Are you kidding me? Am I really... Okay, 2 loads of medium logs. Am I really going to have to bring the other one from Lake Cove? Are you fucking joking? That's the rest of the stream. If that is the case, then that is the rest of the stream, and I'm probably not even going to be able to get to location. It's not here. The logs are not here. Log station is 100% gone. Wow. I really do have to bring it from Lake Cove. Oh my fucking god. Unfucking real. Okay, what is the next truck to buy? Need to see. Here it is. Azov 73210. Less durable, more power to weight, and uses a fuck ton more fuel. Good fuel tank, but it is more fuel hungry. 47-inch tires at the beginning, 50-inch tires at the beginning. Okay, that explains why this one gets through areas faster. So I need 89,000. And even after I get the logs there, I'm still not going to have enough for it. Okay, so I have to pick up the logs and carry them all the way to Amandra. This is some bullshit. Stage 1. Is there another trailer store somewhere? Nope, not anywhere I need to go. Anywhere I need to go, anywhere I need to be, there is not a trailer store. This entire like power to the masses one, because you can't just get logs at the same location. This one is like the biggest pain in the ass so far. Okay. Never gone through that path. We'll just bypass all of this nastiness right here. Yeah, we might be ending the stream shortly into Amandra. I don't. I really, yeah, we're 22. I really don't think we're going to be able to get these logs to their destination by the 5 hour mark. That's when I'm aiming to end the stream. So. Holy shit. Right wheel damage, suspension damage, 1 point to the engine as well. Wow. I should have not taken damage there, but damn. I wasn't expecting a physics glitch coming through the friggin' Spanish Inquisition. Nobody expects the physics glitch. Okay. Try to slow down, dodge that, hit it anyway. Okay, nice, fantastic. God damn, I may need to send down a repair truck if shit keeps going on like this. Yeah, both front wheels have pretty substantial damage. Well, it's a little late that I didn't need all-wheel drive for a lot of that. Okay, we're into a Mandra. And trying to take the P12 across this really fucking sucks. There's rocks everywhere here. I don't know if I'd be able to get through there to here. Which, that would be a fucking nightmare anyway. Like, it really sucks because it feels like this is the best path to take. And it's a really bad path for the P12 to go on. I mean, there's this path right here, but this is also shit. I hate that it might be my best option. Really do. Now, if I can get it over into the scout fuel carrier, I'm golden. Might be able to take it through here. Alright, well. No matter which way I do this, it's gonna suck. So... probably going to need to send a recovery truck to get fuel to it. I'm not going by the airport, so... Hopefully this makes it to the fuel carrier. Wants me to go through the rocks. How are we not even to like the sketchiest part yet? Yeah, I 100% am going to need to get a rescue truck to the P12. Wow. And I'm gonna need to get on the worst fucking location to do it too. Okay. So somehow I need to get a truck here. Yeah. And I can't really see what the fuck is going on down here. Because I am not making that trek all the way back just to fucking fail again. I have to get a vehicle here with a crane to recover the logs. Okay, so I can't drive through this side here, but I can absolutely get something through here. I can get something through there. So, funnily enough, I need the big heavy crane. Oh, god damn it. Oh. The damage on the vehicle. 32, 9, 50, 101, 50, 50, 50, 50, 50. Gearbox is full. So, I have two options. You know what? No, I have one option. There is not a crane or vehicle powerful enough to lift this vehicle up and flip it back upright and pull it out of there. I have to recover this. I don't have a choice. So, I need to drive this truck all the way back through the shitty path. Past the shitty path. Driving it through here. Drive it there. Up here. And somewhere over here. And then I have to do the same goddamn thing with another truck that has a crane. We almost made it across there. And we almost ended this on a high note. D12 just wasn't made for high notes, I guess. Could take the Dan, but Dan can't really get in there. Probably not. You know what? If we just take the P12... Okay, maybe. You know, just because a vehicle drives out of the garage doors facing that direction, that doesn't mean it needs to spawn into that spot in that direction. Most people turn as they're exiting the doors so that they're be facing the right direction. Alright. Probably drive for about 10 minutes or so, and then I'm gonna go start doing some other stuff. And make myself some lunch. It's already 4 p.m. Excuse me, 4:37 p.m. I got up real late and had to fight with Microsoft. I had to switch my consoles and fight with Microsoft, only to find out that Xbox 360, there's something wrong with the profiles right now. Like the profile servers. We did a little exploring. We got 2 of these medium logs delivered. We got the logs part way from Lake Cove, part way into Amandra, but now we need to go recover those. We visited all the bases. We visited the weather locations. Sold a trailer or 2. We did the timed challenge. I mean, we didn't do a whole lot, but a lot of that stuff is like, it's like a slog to even get to. Not good. Amandra is not a good place to be. How is that refuel? gonna try to bypass all of this mud here. I wonder where Amandra would fit on a list of hardest SnowRunner maps. Because this is definitely harder than Tamir. I'm gonna do a search right now. SnowRunner. Hardest maps. Hardest regions. Posted 2 years ago. Excuse the fuck out of me. This is an easy region. This is not comparable to Michigan. I am using the overpowered vehicles acquired from the entire base game. And they are having trouble in Kola. Kola is not an easy location. And the terrain really isn't that bad. Oh my god, what am I getting myself into? If this terrain is really not that bad. Somebody else plays Cola in medium. Here we go. Here's somebody else's opinion. I've opened up our maps, whatever that means. Got all maps, all upgrades, and trucks I'll say Emmer is the hardest with Cola right behind it. So far, Cola and Yukon have been a nightmare to me. Cola isn't really hard. Lake COVID is easy. Lake COVID is easy. Amandra is just a giant pain in the ass. I think people are saying that Cola is easy just because of Lake Cove. Lake Cove was annoying at first, but then it got really easy once you found your way around and figured out what ice is good and what ice is not. But yeah, Amandra makes the difficulty of Cola jump up a lot. Yeah. Okay. No, my frustration has been why so much damage? Why so much damage? My frustration with Amandra has absolutely been verified. Yeah, somebody put the farming one as difficult because it's, quote, just so damn tedious. I don't find tedium hard. A little boring, maybe. I mean, I can imagine where the farming might be boring. Driving over the same spots over and over again. But tedium isn't difficult. It is if you... Okay, I have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. And I'm going to say this, okay? If you think tedium makes something, like, difficult, then you have no attention span. Alright. Once we get over this bump, we should be pretty... Oh, right, still have the ice thing to go through. Alright. We are really close to the scout fuel carrier area. Just need to drive through this ice, and it's just a tad further. We'll fuel up, and we'll end the stream there. How's that refueling? Some of the GUI things have not been acting very responsive. Alright, this is where we'll end it for now. And I'll catch y'all later. Later.